Hello, it's Tuesday Night Sprints with Friends, and I have friends with me tonight. And in this round is Amazing Readathon sprints as well. So if you are participating in the Amazing Readathon, let me know what team you're on. I'd like to see kind of what colors we have in the chat tonight. Who's here from what? We have a pretty good representation in hosts today. For who? Because technically, Bree, you're reading for green.
I am reading for green.
And we've got red and blue and purple. Or yellow, not purple. No, you're yellow. We're missing purple.
I'm sure Margaret will be here at some point.
Margaret will be here at some point. I'm sure of it. So we are going to be getting some reading done tonight. If you're not joining Amazing Readathon, that's totally fine. You can still read with us. But if you're interested in knowing what we're talking about, the announcement video is linked down below, and it is not too late to join, as today is the first day. So
you can join whenever.
Exactly. So let's go around and do the what are we reading, doing things, that we do at the start of the sprints. Crystal, what are you doing?
So I'm technically working today, but I am going to start late so that I can be here for the chat bit. But I am going to be reading a manga called Akane Banashi, which I need you guys to determine if that is 50% pink or not. There is more pink on the back. I am torn.
I think so.
I'd say
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because your whole outfit is pink.
Yeah.
I've asked 7 people at work, and they will split themselves. So I was like,
You're like, oh no.
I'd give it to you.
That's my second sightseeing book.
Wow.
I finished my first yesterday because I'm obviously in the future, so I've had a day already. That's not impressive. And then last night I sightseed Cat Eye Boy, which is a manga as well. But it was a bit disappointing. But we're just not going to talk about that. And then I'll be working in some of the sprints.
Very good. Very good. Bree, what are you up to this lovely evening?
I am making chaos.
Oh no. Oh no.
I usually like the sound of that, but when it comes out of your mouth during this readathon, I am scared.
And then I'm listening to Fake Dates and Mooncakes.
Ooh, I want to read that.
Because I was going to read Heartstopper, and then I realized that Heartstopper is self-pub, so I can't do that.
Listen, if you do not like Fake Dates and Mooncakes, you can tell me, but then we'll never speak about it again.
It's fair.
Because that was...
I don't foresee it being a favorite just because it's a YA contemporary romance. But it's a quick read. So I'm going to finish it tonight.
It was truly a 5-star for me. Not like a fine 5-star, but like an actual
true 5-star.
5-star. Oh, that means it's my turn.
It is your turn.
I am supposed to be listening to The Help. Am I currently listening to The Help? No, because I'm so annoyed that these chapters are so long that the last 7 hours of this book of this 18-hour book, ridiculous, are going to be listened to at work. So, thank you. Also, I have it in 2 times.
It's a reread for you, right?
Yeah, but I will never reread this book again. It's wow. I'm just going to stick to watching the movie, okay? They use the N-word with the hard R in this book, and I cannot do it. I cannot. They only did it once so far.
That's one time too many.
We're just I'm basically good at listening to this at work and just blank out the rest, So I'm going to do. But also then Ari voted for me to start Priory of the Orange Tree, so I might actually start reading that on my Kindle.
She mean. She's picking a chunker.
Ari is coming out with it today.
At the end of Zoe's Prince, it was like, Bob, can you please read this book? Priory of the Orange Tree. Can you please read Priory? I just love Priory. She just loves anything with dragons at this point.
Haven't you already read it though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now we do have a purple team member. Margaret's here, so we are all here kind of reading for green.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm about to take our internet in the backyard and shoot it.
Fair.
Wow.
I don't know what's going on with the Chromebook. The Chromebook will not connect to the internet, but then this laptop won't connect to the internet, and the Wi-Fi's been fudgy on my phone for days. So I was just like, you know what? We're just going to turn the Wi-Fi off.
I was going to say, maybe restart your router.
my mother is doing that. Our internet is gone right now. So I was just like, I'm just going to join on the phone. I hope the battery lasts long enough for us for me to make it to the first sprint. And then, I don't know, I'm going to go find something to hit.
That's fair. I hate when technology doesn't work. It's the most frustrating thing when technology doesn't work.
Right.
And it's that on top of the day at work that I had, which was fine until about 3 o'clock.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. I finished my first book this morning, so I am also sightseeing, and like a crazy person, I decided to sightsee with a 500-page book that I need to read for another
That seems like
so it's fine.
500 pages in what? 3 or 4? I don't know. However many days we've got left.
I mean, it's fine. It's an arc, so there's no audiobook. So like there's more reasons, but I need to read this.
Right.
Well,
we might be trouble.
So here we are. So.
Clearly, we're both making bad choices. Ari just made mine for me. Because I was sure.
I have to read it.
I can read Prior as a sightseeing book. Then if I don't finish it, it's not really.
That's a good idea.
Exactly.
The thing
And if I
that's
read less than 50%, and somehow it fits the next prompt, then fine, I guess.
Happy days. Exactly.
Well, that's my problem. Is I have like 4 books I'm currently 50% through, but none of them are published by major publishers because they're all like independently published or whatever. So I'm just like, damn me reading independent this year.
I had to put down Paris Delacourt is about to crumble. I'm 50% through that and went, oh, this doesn't work. So it will just have to sit and hope that maybe somewhere along the way.
That's me with the what's it called? The Earl Takes All, the Gorilla Twin book. That I started on a joke and then I realized it had a red cover and could potentially hit a prompt, so I had to stop at 50%. Was like, this may come back to haunt me later because then I'll be halfway through it for the whole month and not be able to finish it. But that's all right.
Let's see who is here. Hello. We're gonna whip through these hellos. Hi, Kay. Tonight, watching a couple episodes of Supernatural. That's fun. And then reading The Vine Witch. I really need to read this book. Must. Reading The Roughest Draft. Heartstopper Volume 4. Hello. Eating at my mom's, and then I'll be reading Go Team Blue. I approve this message. Greenwich Park. I want to read this. Hello. Blue team. I'm home from work and can start reading. What are you reading? Team Blue. We love to see it. Taking a shower first, and then I need to edit my scramble vlog that's going up tomorrow. I also need to edit. That's something I need to do. Hello. We have some purple. We need Team Blue hashtag.
That seems like it's something that you'd be able to fix. I
need to fix this immediately. That we do not have a
hashtag. I literally went to Brianna and was like, is it okay if we come up with a team hashtag that we can use? I know we've been using Purple Rain, but like that we can, and so we came up with Team Purple Rain for when we're on other social medias. I was proactive about it, which is why Purple Team is the best team.
I love it. I just need to come up with one myself.
That everyone should have a hashtag, but like all of the credit goes to Margaret for even giving the idea.
I mean, we need them. Yes, absolutely. Go Margaret.
The Purple Rain was not my idea. I have to say, I cannot claim credit for Purple Rain. I just can claim credit for saying, hey guys, I looked up Purple Rain on Instagram and there's 300,000. So we might want to come up with a slight variation so we can find each other when we post our pictures.
That's fair. Aoife, it's midnight. I love that you're here, but like, if you need to sleep, it's okay.
This is overrated.
Finishing a July book, then starting before the coffee gets cold. Team Blue all the way. Crystal, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Akarne. Is there a live show for Akarne?
Oh no! This is Akarne Banashi. It's an arc that comes out. Like it only just came out like 2 days ago.
Got you. I thought it was the other one that you're reading with Sasha.
Oh no, I'm behind in that. I need to read the 5th one. I haven't read it yet.
Does that not have the same name? Am I crazy?
That is the Akarne series. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not. Yeah. At least I had a reason for thinking this. I was like, have I lost the plot? Reading The Murder of Wickham. I just got this at the library, so I'm hoping it'll fit at some point.
That was a fun book.
I'm hoping to fit it in this month. I got it from the library, so fingers crossed. Reading maybe someday. Also loading the quilting machine. Lovely.
Whoever's reading maybe someday, I hope you like it. I will say this. The first one was, I gave the first one 3
You liked the first book. You just didn't like the second one.
Yeah, I gave the first one 3 stars. I gave the novella that comes in between 4 stars. And then the third one, we DNF'd that one.
Oh, okay. I knew it went downhill through the series as you went.
Yeah, it went downhill after.
Y'all, these points are so close.
Are they close?
First and second are 20 points apart.
Wow.
Talk to me on day 15. I'll start worrying about who's ahead of whom on day 15.
I just don't want to be in last, like right now. That's my goal, is not to have extra.
Just don't want to be in last.
Yeah, if you're last, you have an extra challenge. So I just don't want to be last.
Last place and fourth place is less than a point apart.
Oh my God.
Rude. We all need to sightsee. Submit your books,
So
everyone.
what I'm hearing here is that everyone but purple team can take it easy.
No.
Purple team needs to keep going full blast ahead, but everyone else, you're good, you're safe, everything is fine. I don't know why I'm talking to this microphone like it's attached to my. It's not.
The only downfall of like this readathon versus others is so many people are submitting like at the end. They're used to submitting at the end, or they submit as they go. Like there's 2 groups, and I'm worried that Team Red has people that are going to submit at the end rather than.
I'm doing a daily reminder in my group team.
That is a good idea.
Because I'm stealing that.
People need to be reminded. Because I need to be reminded. So
I'm going to have to do.
Right?
I feel like everybody's just going to have to do like as team captains, team hosts, whatever the hell we are.
I kind of like team captains.
We need to do team captains. Yeah, we need. That's what we call it at work when we have to like.
Or anyway, what was it? Cabin counselors or something?
Yeah,
right.
Camp counselors. Yeah. So like as camp counselors, we need to like give people reminders. Like, hey, if you finished a book today, go submit it. I do have the spreadsheet on my phone, like as a shortcut on my phone.
Oh, nice.
So it's on like the front thing of like the first screen of my phone. So when I finish a book, because I know I'm going to finish these books at work, I just know that's going to happen to me, and then I'm going to forget to submit them. That's what happens to me every readathon that I ever participate in. But if I have it right there, then I can just click it, put it in, and then it's done.
Nina, that is totally fine, and I'm so glad to see you on Sprints because I haven't seen you in a while, so we love having you here. Reading Things My Son Needs to Know About the World by Frederick Bachman. Ooh, are you liking it? I love a Bachman. I'm a big fan.
Love Bachman.
I believe some are published by the Big Five just in imprints for manga.
Yeah, so it's like I think Viz is one of the big ones that is distributed by Macmillan.
Yeah. So there is a few. You just have to kind of do some investigation. Thank God for Google.
This is the one that does. I think this is the one that does most of the manga that's been translated and published in English. Correct.
The nice thing is manga is mostly translated, so like you get extra points.
It's all translated. If it's not translated, it's not manga.
This is true. Yeah, I don't know why I said mostly.
Why I went to the manga shop at work. I went to the manga shop at work and was like pink and red covers and just like pulled them all off to bring home.
I love this. I need to read manga this month. I might just binge my way through Spy Family because, why not? Sleep is overrated. As attested by the fact that I stayed up till 1 a.m. last night and then got up at 4. Why do I make these?
Yes, it's August 1st. So.
Hello. Almost done with It Ends With Us. Awesome. Delilah Green Doesn't Care. Is this your first time reading Delilah Green? I hope you're loving it.
Yeah, sorry.
The Family Game. Do companion books count for a host favorite? Yes. If it's in the same series, it counts. Yes.
So like Delilah would count, Astrid would count, Iris would count if you had an arc of it. But like if you were reading Talia Hibbert, the Brown sisters would count, but if you read a Ravenswood book, that one wouldn't count.
Yeah. It has to be within the
Are there
same.
even characters that cross over?
No, they're not in the same world.
Yeah. Like I would think of like a similar example would be, another example would be like Lady Taylor's work. Like she has 2 distinct series.
Right. So it's only like within
So,
the
like,
series.
Yeah, so like if The Daughter in Smoke and Bone was someone's favorite, Strange the Dreamer wouldn't count. But like the books after A Daughter of Smoke and Bone in that trilogy.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Reading The Beach Trap, and once I finish that, Half of a Soul. Nice. How often are the prompts? We don't know. I don't know. I can't answer this, and Bree's going, who knows? And
It's
Brianna is the only one that knows that. No one else has that information.
We don't know.
And no one else will at all.
We
Even the host don't know because she doesn't trust us to not slip.
I don't. I wouldn't trust us either.
But listen, how many
trust us
secrets
either.
did Brittany give out last week?
I didn't give out any.
That was you did. You did. Remember, she's like, you're giving away private chat.
I might have. I didn't mean to.
Crystal gave out secrets too.
I was gonna say, I think Crystal definitely helped me. I don't think it's solely on my shoulders.
And then Margaret instead will text me and be like, hey, was this answer public or did you just tell me about it?
I literally just assumed
that would have been the intelligent thing to do.
I quite literally just assumed whatever's in the chat is not is privileged information. That's just how I go with it.
Someone asked how many prompts there were in the readathon, and I texted Brianna. I was like, Brianna, I know the answer to this. Do I know it because I'm working on the timers, or is it because it was in the announcement? I apparently watched the announcement video in a fugue. I have no memory of it. I
literally have rewatched it 3 times to make sure I'm telling people the right information because I'm 99% sure.
So one of my projects that I'm going to do today and tomorrow and some of it is I want to go through and like get timestamps where specific information is to make things easier for the hosts answering questions and like just put that in a doc with like the link that like if someone asks you a question about this, here is the timestamp and get that for us so that people have that.
We could just make an FAQ doc and literally just
we do have an FAQ doc, but nobody pays attention to it, apparently.
Go by.
There is
an FAQ doc. I have it pulled up on my computer, but clearly nobody's reading it because they're asking the exact questions on the doc.
It is in the announcements, and I pinned it in the announcements so it would not get lost. So if you have a question, check the FAQ doc because I guarantee you half of them have been answered there. But like,
it's true. Hello, ML. How are you?
I spend all day asking questions that I've already, or answering questions that I've already answered in the first email. So like, my tolerance for that it was gone on August 28th, or sorry, September or July 28th.
You're like, I'm over it.
Like, I will just send you the link.
That's yummy. Pizza and pasta. There you go. Information according to Google. We love Google.
Yeah, I almost had a mini heart attack because I thought that my book might also be a indie book.
Oh, indie book.
Yeah. But don't worry, I Googled it. It is, in fact, a imprint of Penguin.
Oh, that's good. You're like, whew. That was a close one.
I was like, I already did this once. I can't do it again. I don't have any more green books.
I had my sightseeing book all lined up for when I finished reading Arusha, and then I looked in and it's source books, and I was like, Rin, that doesn't mean no
thing because I was gonna read Wretched because that's my Patreon group book for me and Rise Book Club, and I was like, fucking Bloom.
Source books is such an odd one too because they're not indie because of how big they are,
right?
But they're not one of the big 5,
right.
So they do still have some of that barrier to entry.
Just like a weird in between,
versus Bloomsbury at least is contracted with one of the big 5. So if somebody accidentally does that one, it's like, yeah, whatever. Like, don't. But like, I'm not gonna be mad about it. But source books is so just oddball.
Also,
like,
if anyone Gilmore Girls in the background, I'm sorry, but it's August 1st, which is officially fall.
It's Gilmore Girls season.
And it's Gilmore Girls season from now until December 31st or whenever we finish all 7 seasons.
That's fair. No. We are going to go into our first sprint, though. So let me pull up Margaret's lovely timer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will
love it.
be hopping off, but I will be back around
No
like
problem.
6:30 by time.
Just pop in and out as needed.
I just need to go take Doyle to class.
Okay.
Nice.
Let us go.
boarding flight AMZ 804 to New York City.
Hello. We're back.
I'd never been here for when it makes the sound.
You haven't heard the boarding announcement? Isn't it fantastic?
I was really worried that my boss was like dinging me, and I was like, fuck, what have I done?
No, you're fine. You're totally fine.
Cool.
That is the lovely timer that Margaret has made, and I love it so much.
It's perfect.
It's so perfect. How did your sprint go?
Productive, except I can't access one of the remote desktops that I need to be able to do what I need to do. So I'm running reports that need me. Yeah, it's annoying. So I could not do as much as I wanted to do.
Oh,
and I got to page this far.
That far.
I don't have page numbers in Among Us. So.
Manga does not always have page numbers. Neva, you're not muted. So are you here?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just, in a state of undress.
I figured you were getting ready for work, and that's why I said what I said. Because sometimes you have to keep your camera off, but
I just don't feel like. Actually, I know people on the internet do not need to see that. So
I would make this a really different live stream than what we're going for.
How was everybody?
Okay. So I ended up starting. So Rise of books don't really fit anything, at least as far as like by team color. So I'm kind of just reading them in between everything else.
Right on.
And if I run into one of her books that fits,
you're gonna use it.
Yeah. But I went ahead and started. This is where we talk things out because it's only like an hour long.
Oh, nice.
So I'm almost done with it, but it gave me like almost another hour on my timer, which I'm only at like 10.5 hours. We're not going to talk about how long this timer is taking me. It's fine. It's really because I'm not counting anything if I'm not at work.
Yeah.
Or if I'm out.
It would be hard to do it at work for sure.
Yeah. So because your pajamas are in your room, bro. Where they go? Thank you so much. So pause it then, Ari. You're gonna leave this room in a minute anyway.
Margaret, how did your sprint go? Are you?
Yeah.
Yes, you're here.
I'm not muted. So between the end of Zoe's sprint and this one, I got through 71 pages of Ari Shah, which puts me.
Oh, you're so close.
Yeah, I'm on page 252 out of like 374. So I have just a little bit over. I'll have this finished by the end of the night, probably.
Lovely.
Which is fantastic. And then I have to figure out what book I'm going to read for sightseeing.
Mm-hmm.
Although
I don't recommend doing what I'm doing and picking the world's chunkiest book with no audiobook for sightseeing.
I'm not going to be doing that. We're going to be looking at what I have access to via Libby and Hoopla.
If I hadn't needed to read this book for a video that's coming out before my Amazing Readathon vlogs are coming out, then I would not have bothered, but I need to.
Oh, so. I still have to get books on that, which obviously I can't use any of them for this prompt, but I have a whole bunch of self-published books that I have to read and have done by August 31st. Mm-hmm. And I need to work on that.
I'm sure that will work for some other prompts down the line.
I'm sure there are other prompts.
Who knows? But who knows what the prompts are? We have no idea, but I'm sure you can put some of them in.
I may be reading books outside of the Amazing Readathon. I may my goal is to read 100 pages a day.
That's a good goal.
So if I can read 100 pages a day, then on my Amazing Readathon books, then I can go to the next thing.
Nice.
So I have to figure out how to get the stupid internet to work on this thing.
Good luck. I hate technology. We had a few people join during that sprint, so let's do the hellos. Hello, Cool Gamer and Ro. And Crystal was answering comments, so I'm just going to skip over all of Crystal's lovely answers. Thank you, Crystal, for handling the questions. Amazing. We had Rainy reading Song of Achilles. I hope you love it. I love it. And Things You Never Got Over is not traditionally published. No, I don't think so. I think it might be in the process of being traditionally published. You know how those series get like picked up and then start to? We had Amy. How are you? National Night Out is going to eat into my reading. Yeah, my Heartstopper is not an in print, but like if I think Crystal answered it, it's kind of like a gray area, I think. Complete neighbor favor. Ooh, did you like this? Because it sounded interesting the other night on Sprints, and I would like to know what you thought, Julie, of the book. Hello, Rye. No rush. Absolutely no rush. Took a shower, made dinner, and got 30% into The Bear and the Nightingale. Ooh, what are you thinking of that? That's on my TBR to someday finally pick up that series. 30 pages into The Stardust Thief. Also started editing and burnt my mouth on my soup. Boo. Rude. Just finished my first book. Gonna see if I can do some sightseeing now. Lovely. I love how many people are like whipping through this readathon and getting their first books done.
What are you thinking you're going to sightsee with?
Yeah, we would love to know. I lucked out with my first book being very small. It was like under 300 pages, so I knew that I'd have time to do something else unless Bree decides to wreak chaos. But
I'm nervous because she keeps.
You think Bree will wreak chaos this early?
I would not put anything beyond Brianna.
I don't feel safe.
Again,
chaos is on the very near horizon.
I don't feel safe. I told you last night, I was like, this is going to wreak havoc on my anxieties.
I can give y'all the invite code for the Avengers Discord. It is defunct. We're not doing it anymore. But y'all can go through all those announcements and see all the ridiculousness. Like, just,
Yeah. We just have to be on our toes, ready for everything. Read 30 pages while trying to take the dog for a walk, not having much success. Sorry, your dog's giving you a hard time. Made 38% in my book. 13 pages of Belladonna. Want to read the new Christina Lauren audio exclusive of the Unhoneymooners World, but I don't know how to get the page numbers from it. Should be on Goodreads. Would the page numbers not be on Goodreads?
It's an audio only.
So it has no page numbers?
Well, I don't know that it has page numbers.
Huh. Interesting.
Let me see. What's the name of it?
Would you put it into Bookly and get like a page number count? It's the new Honeymooners book, which I cannot tell you the name of.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's by Christina Lauren. But it's an audio, like it's literally only audio. Like it's not coming out as a book.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can see how long it is on Libra, and we can get them a page count because we can just put in like hours per whatever.
I was going to say, sometimes you can like get an adjusted page count on some of the audio ones. So
yeah, but this is also
4 hours and 46 minutes. But it is meant to be things that have been published. So I don't know if they can include an Audible only.
Oh, because it's not traditionally published. Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. That's
is that it?
Complicated.
The honeymoon crashes, yeah.
Okay.
But this is also a readathon where we have to read as fast as we can because we don't know when we're getting another prompt.
It's true. This is accurate.
It's 4 hours and 46 minutes. So if we do the page conversion thingy, we should be able to give them a page count.
Nice. Hi, Rye. Are you feeding babies?
We went on a walk, and then the path that we take, Grayson's friend lives there, and he honked his horn out in front of her house, and they all came outside, and so we were talking to them for a little bit. So I was like, I've got to go.
Ron's like, I'm on a time constraint.
No,
it was so cute. He was honking her horn out for her. So
I love that.
So now we're just doing feeding Beckham, and then they're gonna start bath time. So
nice. Are you reading? Or are you just doing kid things?
So I'm gonna do kid stuff for right now, and then I will be reading Ricocheted by Kristen Becker Ritchie, and then I will be reading Azrael, Book of Azrael. So that's my plan.
Very nice. We had Jean join in that sprint. No audio in a thick book. We are on this. We are together in this, Jean. Why we have done this to ourselves, I do not know, but it's fine. It's all good.
I'm gonna get that at some point.
I mean, it had to happen. I have to. It's an arc. I have to read it. It's just one of those ones of like, I don't have a choice. Read 45 pages in 45 minutes. It's always like my goal is to read a page a minute. It almost never happens. It very rarely happens, but that is always my goal.
The only time that happens to me where I read like a good chunk in 45 minutes is if I'm doing audio.
Yeah.
Oh, I can only do it with audio. Yeah, I can't do it physically. Because also physically, like there was 14 times where my cat asked me a question, so I had to stop reading because that's, mom life.
Yeah, and everybody in my house wants to talk to me when I'm trying to read.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just the way it is.
You want to do this? Hey, can you come do that? Mom, I need this. I'm like, okay.
Me.
So
Your
far, Bear in the Nightingale is one of my 12 and 12. Historical is hit or miss for me.
Yeah, I didn't like
If it's an imprint of Macmillan, then yes, it counts. Yeah. Shay was expecting something would drop tomorrow night. Who knows?
We have no idea.
Who knows? It was fine. 2.5 stars. Oh, that's not the fine we're looking for. It's not the fine we want.
we want a 5-star fine. So we want 5-star fine.
We want 5-star fine. I'll take a 3-star fine or like a 4-star fine. 3-star, not so much. 4-star fine's fine too.
I think the Chromebook is finally dead.
Oh no.
I can't get it to connect to the internet at all. My internet's working fine on this. It's working on my computer. It did the final update and now it will not connect to my internet.
Really hoping the prompt when I saw the words Big 5 publishing houses was going to be not published by the Big 5. I'm sure down the road you will have prompts that fit so many different kinds of books.
Mm-hmm.
It is Simon & Schuster's. I don't know what is Simon & Schuster's, but if it's Simon & Schuster's, then it's part of the Big 5. Do I have to leave the city if I want to sightsee after I finish the first book and the next prompt is dropped? So basically you can finish your sightseeing book if you want to, but you're definitely going to want to progress on to the next prompt as fast as possible.
So yeah, basically if you can, but then you will not be able to help your team at the next city.
Exactly.
Or you risk not finishing the book because, just a reminder, this readathon, you do need to, you want to submit the prompt as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. So that we don't end up in last place. So
yeah,
basically I'm going to do, if I'm close to finishing, within a couple hours, I'll probably still finish my sightseeing book. But if I'm nowhere near, then I will just move on. So it just kind of depends on where I am.
Just doing math, you're going to have roughly 3 days to finish a prompt. And then Brianna's going to, before she drops the next one, because basically what she's going to do is she's going to see which teams are what places. And if your team is in first place or last place, you're going to get a special video. First place team, I think, gets something special. Last place team gets an extra challenge.
Yeah, and so you get a reward or a punishment. So
yeah, so you want to get as much reading done in the 2, 3, 4, I don't know, days that you have.
Yeah.
And you want to be submitting your books as soon as you finish them.
Yes, the most important thing is to submit books as you go, not to wait till the end of the month. That is not the plan. I believe it would depend on what Audible original.
Amazon is not one of the big 5.
But some of the Audible originals would probably be published by some, because
so
the technical book would be.
Audible originals are.
Oh, I was thinking Audible exclusives. Never mind. Ignore me.
No.
Audible originals are only Audible.
Yeah, they're only Audible. Yeah. I was thinking Audible exclusives, but not.
Amazon is not part of the big 5. They are, in fact, although we use them, we begrudgingly exist with them. They are the enemy.
They are the enemy of
somebody was talking. What was it?
They are technically my enemy because I work at Booktopia, which is an online book retailer, and they so are our enemy.
We're the enemy.
Well, somebody was here's the thing. I don't have a problem against Amazon. The problem with Amazon is that they undersell their books, underpay their authors, and they do that specifically to get you on the site to spend more money on stuff because they get very little return on their books. But they get a big return on other stuff and on Amazon Prime and all of that.
Yeah.
And they pay their authors like shit.
I always will go with go to my actual bookstore's website over Amazon because I get free shipping from them too.
That's one of the reasons I still support Barnes & Noble, because if Barnes & Noble in the United States goes, Amazon is the book market, and we do not want to live in that world.
Absolutely.
We do not want to live in a world where Amazon controls it.
But
Yeah.
But like a prime example is at the moment it's like textbook season in Australia, so people are buying textbooks, and Amazon bought so much stock that we were unable to get stock for Booktopia, and then they sold it for $80, which was below retail price. We already were discounting the stock we did have by 35%, and they still were cheaper than us.
Textbooks aren't too expensive, but
Textbooks are so expensive.
Oh, 100% they're expensive, but still
ridiculously
like,
expensive.
impossible to try and compete when they're doing that. Like,
absolutely, especially for small independent booksellers. Like, it's
when I'm in bed, I'm gonna.
And that's like that's a crime on college students almost.
Seriously, it's crazy how much.
Although kudos to you guys for having them. Is Booktopia a bookstore?
We're an online bookstore, so we don't have shops. We're literally online only. But yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, because a lot of because I know we used to look at like Barnes and Noble and stuff when I was doing college courses just to compare, and they never had any of our textbooks.
No, so we get the universities that submit us like a textbook list and be like, these are the ones that have been adopted, and so we then quantify and be like, all right, we want to buy this many of this because there's 200 students and probably only 20% will actually buy a textbook, yada yada, and then we have that stock sitting there ready to go.
I used to wait until the first week of classes because the number of times, and I was at a state school, I was at the University of Florida, the number of times I got to the first class and I bought the textbooks, but they were not the textbooks the teacher had requested. Like this university had submitted the wrong textbooks, or they had it. So I started, because I bought all mine used anyways.
Absolutely. I did too, because to buy new was ridiculous. The cost.
The only time I bought new was if there was a code that was required. And the nice thing about the libraries over here is I would also use like the textbook at the library because you could check them out.
Yeah.
So I would sit and I would figure out which ones that I absolutely have to have the textbooks, which ones had to be new, and which ones could. A lot of the time with textbooks, if you're okay with having to figure out what page numbers correspond, the previous edition a lot of the time will be just as good as the new edition.
Yeah, it's usually just like changing the look versus the information, which is not.
A lot of the publishers literally will update the textbook every year with something very minor so they can require you to buy the new one.
Yeah.
And so what you need to I've had teachers that have said buy the previous year's edition. We have to say use the most recent one, but like this is the only thing you'll be missing out on, blah 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 blah. So
it was nice being an English major because like not all my classes, some of them I had to do like these like the English anthologies, but a lot of them were just like books, and it was like perfect because like you just paid the normal book price, and like it wasn't bad at all. Except the anthologies, but those were terrible. But
yeah, I would try and get the edition if I could afford it and it wasn't too expensive. I would try and get the edition that the teacher was requiring or was using, because at least that way like the page numbers were the same. But it's just like,
That's fair. We are at the end of the comments, so I'm going to pull up Margaret's lovely timer. Yay. If StreamYard will let me. And then we will
work on the next one for the next city.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't 100% sure if you were doing them for every city.
Oh, potentially.
But
so little Easter egg there.
I was hoping, but I didn't want to assume.
I'm literally like back behind the scenes with Brianna, like, what else can we do?
I love that.
To put Easter eggs in here.
We gotta just keep our eyes on a swivel, everyone. That's what you do.
I'm leaving you now.
Oh yes, you're going to work.
I'm going to the land.
Me too, but I'll be in the comments.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
No, no. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Bye. Have a good night at work. Okay. Now that we are
us three,
let us jump into our next sprint. I'll see you all in 45 minutes.
Yay.
Now boarding flight AMZ 804 to New York City.
Hello, we are back. Let me make us large. I ended up eating dinner in that sprint and reading about 25 pages. So I'm pretty happy with that. Since I can't eat and read at the same time unless I have an audiobook, and this does not have an audiobook. So that is fine. How did everyone else do during that sprint? We had Crystal and Neva leave us, but they did not go far. We have Crystal in the comments, and we have Neva still in the comments. Hello, loves. Neva is at work at Taco Bell. Can you get points on your sightseeing for Blue and POC rep? And yes, you can. Thank you so much for answering this. You can claim bonus points for translated, team color, and BIPOC rep. You just can't claim the travel bonuses while sightseeing because you've already traveled. So you can't take your plane or your boat again because you're already there. But you can get all the other points. So obviously you can only get like the page count. You can't double your page count or anything like that. But yes, still wonderful to do. Hello, Samantha. Got 100 pages into the Gim Rose Girls. When I first saw this comment, I read this as Gilmore Girls. And I went, what book are you reading? I might need a Gilmore Girls book. But then I actually read the comment. So it's fine. Hello, Sarah. Listening to Mauve Fly, I think, and reading Crumbs, a graphic novel, hoping to finish the graphic novel tonight. You've got this. We still got a few more sprints. Almost tried to unmute myself, ready to talk. Do you know what's the worst is when you're watching sprints and you like do hand gestures like you're on camera? Because I have 100% done that. And I'm like, I'm not on camera right now. So no big deal. Nina is at 46%. Nina, can you remind me what you're reading? Because I don't remember. I don't recall. 9% of Before the Coffee Gets Cold. How are you liking this? I really want to start this series desperately. But I say that about so many series. I don't know if anyone else has that toxic trait of starting series and never finishing them, but like that is, hi, I'm Brittany, I have a problem. And I have so many books that I've started series and not finished. So I'm really trying not to start any new series unless there's a reason that I have to. But in general, I'm trying not to because I need to finish them. Got my reports updated and starting on an email brief due tomorrow. Wonderful. Trying to read, but baby girl isn't sleepy. Oh, sweetheart. It's hard sometimes. She slept a lot today. Catching up on sleep in daycare since Lincoln isn't there to wake her up. That makes sense, but it's hard when babies don't want to sleep. That's hard. But got further into the Song of Achilles. Honestly, did not think I would like it. I don't know if Greek mythology is my jam. Are you liking it or are you not liking it? I think this is a hard one. I loved it, but when we did it for book club pick, I was one of the few people who liked it because the style is really different. It's very historical in feel. I loved it, but I could see why when not everyone would like the style of the writing. Got to page 32 of Belladonna and found another host favorite available on Libby. Lovely. An hour and 15 minutes into Liar's Beach. I don't think I mentioned what it was. It's a YA locked room murder mystery. Ooh. About a rich prep school teens on summer break at a beach house. That sounds very interesting, ML. I didn't bring my phone down with me, so I can't write it down. But I'm going to star this comment so that I can remember to look this up later. Because that sounds interesting. Finished The Family Game and started Malice on page 45 so far. Lovely. Rainey, have you read Circe? No. I have not read Circe either. I need to because I really enjoyed Song of Achilles. So I feel like Circe is just like a natural next step. Read a few pages, then ate dinner. Started my arc of Thornhenge for sightseeing. Lovely. And we have a Brie.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Good. We just finished a sprint. And I'm just,
that was perfect timing then.
You were perfect timing. And I'm just, getting through the comments as, the things we do on sprints.
The things we do.
The stuff we do. How was Doyle's training?
Fantastic. He has his test next week, so it was all like practice test. And he passed with flying colors. So I'm not worried about next week.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's good. Are you going to be reading? You're doing chaos, not reading, right? Is that what
I am listening to Fake Dates and Mooncakes.
Oh, I knew that. I was like, you told me earlier, but I've forgotten.
I haven't started it yet.
I'm interested to see what you think about that one.
It's probably going to be like a 3.5. That's what I'm guessing, because it's a YA romance.
YA, yeah. Yeah. I've fair.
Like, I will be pleasantly surprised if it's more than that, but like, honestly, at this point though, I'll take it because the last 2 books have been 2.5 stars.
Ooh, that's no fun.
No.
Oh, I feel like lately I have not had a good book in an awfully long time.
Well, I was mostly disappointed about Puppets because that one like everyone raves about, and I didn't like it.
Fair.
And then Needless Street, I think, was like I had pretty low expectations because I knew it was like hit or miss for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it was not great.
I
I got bonus points because it's a host favorite.
There you go. Whose host favorite is it?
Michelle's.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
Got to 13% of all the dangerous things. Lovely. I have to read this month for book club. So at some point that's gonna happen.
People. When you submit a book, please just put the page count. Do not double the page count.
Oh, yes. The sheet does that for you. You do not have to. Yes. Got you. Just answer the questions straightforward. Got to 39% and struggling to get my video to upload. YouTube is being very slow and laggy. Been there, bought that t-shirt. Reading Spy Family. Yay. We love Spy Family. I need to continue that so badly. So far,
I'm just going to make an official announcement, and I'm sorry, but I'm tagging everyone.
Yes. Well, you can't keep fixing it. So, people need to do it.
Well, the amount of times I've just answered that question in the Discord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, the instructions literally just say, how many pages did you read?
That's what I mean. Just answer the questions. Just answer the questions. The sheet will do the math. We do reading. We don't do math. We let technology do the math.
We do reading?
I mean, we should be able to do reading. I mean, I realize that might be questionable as of late, but yes. Got to page 140 of the Rubbish Draft. Lovely. Reading Love is Blind for the Romance Readathon. Want those historical romance bonus points. 80% through my book. No, I'm enjoying it. I'm surprised. Dropped Addie off at daycare, and they messaged me saying that she refused to let go of her weeping. I mean, kids do what they do. It's fine. I'm thinking I'm going to have to do a host fave prompt next. I'll DM. Okay. Sounds good. Think I'll be getting some host faves. If I ever get to some sightseeing, I'll do some host faves. Hi, Margaret. How was your
sorry. Let me figure that out. I finished making my dinner.
My
mother's down there.
Itself.
My mother's down there listening to some people complain about books that shouldn't be in schools. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I kind of agree that maybe Call Me By Your Name shouldn't be in a middle school, but I'm not going to say that.
You're not engaging in this conversation.
I had both my earbuds in. Because for some reason, she's not putting her... She's like, I don't listen to it. It's porn. I'm like, you wouldn't know what porn was if it bit you on the ass. Like, they think steamy scenes in romance is porn. I'm like, no.
No.
All right, that was 48 pages. I am on page 301.
Nice. You're definitely going to finish that tonight.
I am. And I also have curry.
Ooh,
First
nice.
time making it in like 10 years. The last time I tried, it didn't go very well.
Kay can finally read now, which is exciting because the boys are off to D&D. We love this.
Ooh.
Got to page 327 of Daughter of the Moon Goddess. Neva is very busy at work. That's not it.
So many people put in books while I was gone.
I mean, we did tell people to do that at the start.
All of the points have gone so far up.
So that we did instruct people to do so at the start of the sprint, so they're just following direction.
Thank goodness.
We did it at the start of the sprint. We did it at the last break.
Yeah, we're just telling them every which way.
I was literally like, listen, guys. You can, if she's doing 10 prompts, you've got maximum 3 days, my friends. Enter it in the minute you finish that book.
Well, yeah, because we don't want to be in last place, people. We don't want this.
Last place is not a great spot to be in.
You know, we don't want this.
Nope.
Bree, did it change the ranks much? I know you can't tell us.
I'm about to check because also we had like 5 new people sign up.
Oh, nice.
So I have to go in and change the participant.
The percentages.
Yes.
Didn't read much at all. Been there. It happens. Sometimes on sprints, we just don't read. It's okay.
You know?
Look at it very closely. It's fine.
I might manage a 30 book in 30 days if I keep this up.
Did you finish Our Shot yet?
Not yet. I'm at page 300 out of 374.
Nice.
I always feel like whenever I finish a book on the first day of the month, I'm like, I might be able to do 30 books
right?
in 30 days. And then as the month goes on, I'm like, never mind. I take that back.
JK.
I was overconfident. We do read sometimes. Bro, you can't expect people to read the questions, obviously.
It did not change the rankings that much.
Okay.
Other than it's more than 20 points between first and second now.
Okay, so now there's just a little bit more. Well, 20 points isn't that much though, to be honest.
And between fourth and fifth is like 15 points.
Wow. So it's still very close.
Yeah.
Still very close.
Oh yeah.
If I'm in last place by like 5 points, I will not be happy.
New plan. Because just so that we can kind of give back to Brianna some of what she is giving to us, I think we should keep all of the teams so ridiculously close that she is stressing about who is going to be in what place.
I actually don't care because the math does the math. So it's not actually stressing me out.
You're on the edge of your seat. Could change any moment.
I actually would love that because then I think that more teams would get that first place bonus and it wouldn't be like one team throughout the whole thing.
I was just about to say it'll be better if it's switching. Yeah. Although I would personally love it to be blue every time. But it's more engaging for the readathon if it's changing.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Got past the leggy pit of the video. Nice. I'm glad that you're getting it uploaded, but it won't let me upload the thumbnail. Is it because of the size? Because I used to have this issue with YouTube all the time, and there are tricks to get around the size issue.
It just requires paying for Canva.
There are tricks.
Actually, no. What if you go to Canva and you do YouTube thumbnail instead of YouTube art? The thumbnail is the correct size.
Yes.
So you just.
But if you've already made the thumbnail and then you have to resize it rather than
just download it and re-upload it and put it in a new thing.
Yeah.
You won't be able to change anything.
I have done this many a time.
Yep.
Okay, so here's how this is going to work. The other rankings get to see. Okay, so the first place team in your team thing, there's a like red announcements. If you're in first or last, you will get a video before the next prompt. Like once the first leg is complete, with the either bonus or the challenge. If you're in second, third, or fourth, you have no idea what's going on unless you're watching my vlogs. Because I will tell like at the end of a vlog, I'm gonna say one thing. I might be like, the green team is in second place. But I'm also putting Easter eggs throughout the entire thing.
I'm very excited to get my mystery on and be like, what is going on in the
like,
vlog?
you know how when Taylor Swift puts out a music video and then like everyone like combs over with a fine-tooth comb?
I am ready for this level of mystery. I'm here for it.
I'm the fact that I was like, when I put it, because I had to change my shirt before I went on the sprints today because I didn't want to wear my work shirt because I had a logo on it. I was like, okay, what shirt? Okay, I can't wear that shirt because that's pink, and someone's gonna be like, oh, red team's winning. I'm like, black and white.
You have to like reverse engineer it now.
I really do. I have to be very specific about where the Easter eggs are and where they are not.
The mental capacity that must take is not something I can handle.
I will be doing the same thing that I do with Taylor Swift's music videos, and I will wait for other people to find the Easter eggs for me.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
But also, you know half of them.
What? Oh yeah, I know a few of them.
You're like, Margaret, you already know most of them.
This is why I have Margaret help with things, because I can straight up tell her something and then she'll be like, huh? Okay.
That's so funny. Rye is getting the baby to bed. That is goals. That's my next sprint too, is to get my child to go to bed.
I don't know here's the thing. I know what I know. I don't know what I know what I know means.
Yes.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. I
don't have any
you have out of context clues.
I have out of context clues, so there's no context for it. So much like with spoilers in TV shows, if my brain if I haven't watched something yet, if I don't have any context, any anchors for anything,
it doesn't settle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I will say I am doing my best to not give anything away, but also to within the bounds of what would be reasonable for a host to know, hint at things.
There you go. Katie finished their book. This is one on my TBR, so I'm glad that you gave it a solid 4 stars. That's encouraging. That is the end of
changed again.
Because we're telling people, we're like, go submit books, and also we're sprinting all day. People are finishing books.
One and two are back under 20 points. Oh no,
the stress of it all. That is the end of the comments, though. So, I should probably get the hold on.
That's a lot of my
That's
a lot of my face.
It's just so much of Margaret's face for everyone.
I'm going to go learn how to do scrolling text, because one thing I didn't have time to do on the timer last time was I want to put little airport announcements.
Mm-hmm.
It won't mean anything. It'll just be airport announcements.
I love it.
But
no, they definitely don't mean anything.
They don't mean anything. Do you want them to mean something, Brianna?
We already talked about this.
No, as we have previously discussed, I do not remember these conversations.
But it's in writing, so you can go back.
You can scroll backwards to reference it later.
Anyways, it's just gonna be stupid shit. I'll probably put paging passenger such and such, and I'll put the name from the character of one of the host's favorite books or something like that.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And please don't leave items unattended. If I can figure out how to do it in a way that looks good. I'm not entirely sure, because I haven't been great about animating text before. So
there should be an option, because iMovie has the option to do it.
But I know it has the option to do it.
Premiere would also have it.
I would assume Premiere has everything iMovie has, and then more.
Yeah.
Can I figure out a way to do it? Or not, can I figure out, can I go upon a journey to figure it out that does not have me wanting to throw my computer across the room?
If it's too difficult, don't worry about it.
Exactly, and I'm not going to. But I'm going to try. Because I'm trying to learn new things. So.
Well, it's fun, because then once you know how to do something, then you know how to do it for future things that you want to do.
Oh, that was a chili pepper. Ooh.
Okay, let us go for our 45-minute sprint, and I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Now boarding flight AMZ 804 to New York City.
Hello.
Hello.
Here we go. How did the sprint go? I got like 30 pages read.
I made dinner.
Nice.
And read 23% of
Nice.
Dates and Mooncakes.
Nice. Do you have the audiobook for that?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's just been like sitting on my Libby hold for like a month now.
Oops. I have no idea how many pages I read.
No worries. I only ever know when I'm on sprints. That's the only time I pay attention. If I'm in the comments, I'm like, I have no idea. Not a clue.
Oh, I'm so close to the end. I have to be so close to the end of this thing.
You have to be really close. Where are we in the comments? 1 second. This came in while we were on sprints, and I did answer that. We're going to do one more. One more.
Margaret, you should look at the private chat. Oh, you already did. Never mind.
Yeah.
I did.
I thought of it while we were talking about it, but I was like, I'm just going to the private chat for if you would like to do that, because I feel like it would be a good idea. 10% into the first book. Now, see, this is always happens. We get to a point in the sprints where I can no longer speak. 10% into my first book, day 1 of the readathon. Was super busy for me. Hopefully, I can get some more done tonight and tomorrow. I'm sure we have sprints tomorrow.
Of course we have sprints tomorrow.
Somewhere.
Well, that reminds me, I should probably make the schedule.
Where they are, I cannot tell you.
Unless Shay has them in the morning and then Neva? No, that can't be. No, I do. They're mine. It's Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, it's Wednesday. I love us. We're on top of things.
I've been my days have been so off this week. I don't know why.
It's totally fine. Well,
even I read 35 pages.
Nice.
Even my mom, she was watching Matt tonight so I could be on sprints. She's like, whose sprints are you on? And I was like, Mom, it's Tuesday. We do this every week. It's fine. So Shay in the morning, you at night.
I think so. Let me double check that.
What's happening? Just so everyone knows. And if
I
you
will
are
put
not,
the sprint schedule in the Discord. I'll do that next sprint. Yeah, it is Shay at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Nice. If
So
you
we
are
do
not
have the morning off. We do have the morning off.
The morning's off. That's fine. If you are not subscribed to any of the hosts, all the links are down below, so you can subscribe and make sure that you're not missing out on any of the sprints, because there are sprints every day this week and probably every day this month. So,
and there's a couple of people that are close to milestones. So,
yeah,
nice.
Like I know Becca's close to her first 100.
That's exciting.
Yeah,
I think you can do that. Everyone, links down below. Do your thing.
Do your thing.
Do your thing. I think we can do that.
Oh, wow.
I think this will be my last one. I'm getting sleepy. Read 15 pages. Had to give my brain and eyes a break and won't read any more tonight unless I listen. In there. Where I'm like, if it's not an audiobook, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Word.
It happens. Where it's like my eyes can take in no more information.
There we go.
They're done. Switch books to Siege and Storm and read 58 pages. I need to finish this trilogy so that I can move on to the rest of.
I need to read that trilogy. I did it backwards. I started with 6 of Crows.
See, I want to read Crows, so maybe I'll just skip Shadow and Bone.
I did it for I was doing a video project and someone recommended me 6 of Crows, and I didn't realize that they were. I mean, I knew they were the same series, like same author, same kind of world, but I didn't realize they were interconnected.
Yeah.
I feel like you can do them in either order. My only suggestion is just so here's how it went for me, because I did read 6 of Crows and Crooked Kingdom first. I knew there were mild spoilers in Crooked Kingdom for the final series. They aren't spoilers that really matter because of how the original series ends and the twist. So they really didn't matter in the end. I read Crooked Kingdom. I was like, wait, they say this happens. Is this true? Does this happen? And they're like, no, Margaret. I was like, okay, then I will read the original trilogy. I would not have read it if the thing that they are telling people happened.
Right.
But I went right into Shadow and Bone after having read Crooked Kingdom quite soon after. I think if you leave a good gap between them, it's fine. Because the first time I read Shadow and Bone, I was like, this is okay, but it's not Six of Crows. I didn't really appreciate the characters and all of that stuff. And then because I got mad at people for continually being like, Mal's the worst, Mal's this, Mal's that. I'm like, Mal is a teenage boy. His only crime is that he's boring.
It's true. Very true.
Like, he is. So it's one of those things. I was like, if this were reversed and we had a guy who was in the situation that was making him unhappy, that was obviously he was being manipulated, and his friend who was a girl was like, bro, you need to get this person out of your life. I'm concerned about some of the decisions you're making. That people be like, yes, ma'am, tell him what's what. And because it's reversed, I think people get, oh, he's trying to take away her power. Like, if you read the books, I'm just giving you the entire block here. If you read the books and you look at what Alina wants at the beginning of the series and what happens to her, like, just because what you think is an empowering arc for a female character is not what you think is empowering, does not, like, I get why people are like, oh no, this is like I was like, no, this is exactly what she wanted. This is consistently through the books the thing that she wanted. It wasn't all the summoner stuff. This right here was the thing she wanted. I'm trying to be very vague about this. But no, I went back and I reread it when I'm rereading it the second time. Like, it's still very early 2000s YA. It's not at the level that Six of Crows. There was a jump in writing level, for sure, and character level and stuff. And I think third person just works better for Leigh Bardugo at that point in her career.
Right.
But there is a lot more nuance and depth and stuff than, I mean, like, it's a very basic YA love triangle, except with a evil guy who I don't get it, but okay. I'm like, oh, this hundreds of year old person is going after a 16-year-old. I don't feel that. I don't care how sexy that is. I don't want it.
No,
don't like it.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
17, guys.
No.
17.
No.
So it's very basic. It's definitely inspired by Twilight, but there is stuff in there that I really do appreciate and I liked, and I'm glad I reread it because I did not get that the first time because I was reading it in the shadow of Six of Crows.
Yeah, I can see that. See,
I'm pretty far enough removed because I read Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I read just the first Shadow and Bone book and then didn't continue because it was fine.
Yeah,
it was. It's fine, but not Neva fine.
It was fine.
If I end up on the blue team, that might be an option because I have the audiobook.
That's fair. Yeah, so I read Shadow and Bone. It was fine. And then I went into Ninth House, and I just could not imagine going back to Shadow and Bone after Ninth House. It's just not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not. You've got to go into it like they are. Like you have to be able to go into it like they're separate.
Mm-hmm. It's just not the same writing level. The level, like,
no, it's not.
Between Shadow and Bone and even Six of Crows, the writing just changed drastically. So that's why I want to go read Six of Crows, because everyone talks about Six of Crows, and I'm like, it's probably as good as Ninth House, so I need to go read that.
Honestly, I would say it's like I don't know about writing wise, but like storyline and the characters and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Ninth House. Ninth House is very slow. It's very much you have to be okay. I think the way she does tension and plot and everything and keeps the pacing in Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom is actually much better done. And I say this is someone who gave Ninth House 5 stars. I also gave Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom at 5 stars. So, like, if Ninth House is ever more in folklore, Six of Crows for me are Crooked Kingdom, or Six of Crows came to me for me are Reputation and Speed Now.
Oh, now you're making me just want to like check out my TBR and read Six of Crows immediately. It's a dangerous conversation.
They're actually mostly just Reputation, honestly, when I think about it.
I think it's just Reputation, and then idea of Reputation.
I mean, that's pretty high praise. That's high praise. High praise.
Like, actually, no, if you think about it, we're talking about on my list of things I like, but if we're talking about writing level, Evermore and Folklore actually do have some of Taylor's best writing. So I take that back. We need to, oh God, that is so hard, but we need to kind of reverse it. It's like, yeah. Except with Reputation vibes. Writing level of Folklore, vibes of Reputation.
Vibes of Reputation. Butterflies Books got to page 58 of, I don't remember what book you're reading. You're going to have to remind me. Oh, yes, I do, but I don't.
I did know.
It literally came in and went right out. Like I thought of it and then my brain stopped. It's fine. I'm making all the dangerous things. See? I know what's happening. I was like, I'm supposed to know this. It's my book club book. I should know what you're reading.
Is that this weekend? No. That's not this weekend, is it? It's later in the month.
14th.
Gotcha. So it's not your 8-hour thing.
No. I'm not doing that this month.
That's what I was thinking because your slot is empty. your normal time slot?
Oh, for 24 hours.
24 hour, yeah.
For 24 hours, yes. No, I'm not free that weekend. I'm away.
Yeah.
So
I need to check in the group chat or the host chat because I'm looking at some of the Saturdays and like two of the ones that I have sprints scheduled for, they're just completely empty right now. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I wonder if anybody would be like, just do all day sprints if anybody's planning on.
Go for it.
I would do it.
Where is it?
People can always come
just
on.
Not this Saturday, because
no, not
this Saturday.
This week, there is a lot of sprints this week. I went in to look and I was like, wow, we really filled the week. It's quite colorful.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about, I think it's the 3rd or 4th week.
The 19th, there's 3 people, but you're the last one. So you could do that. And then the 26th, Jess is after you.
Okay.
I love a good all-day sprint.
It's going to be so nice.
They're lovely. I get so much done.
And I think Face Off Weekend is full.
This is a good shout to hit notify me on all the sprints so that you get notified. Good plan. Finished All the Boys I Loved Before. Been sightseeing in New York and going to continue the trilogy. Lovely. Read 36 pages. Have 21 pages left. You got this. Think Shadow and Bone, the TV show, is better. Still waiting for season.
The TV show was really good.
Okay, so the TV show is better because the crows are there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it covers Six of Crows, doesn't it?
When I tell, it involves the crows. And they did, we get more of people's point of views in Shadow and Bone than we do because we only have Alina in Shadow and Bone in the original trilogy. Mm-hmm. So they flesh out stuff. They do it like I said, it is very basic 2000s YA. And if you've read a lot of basic 2000s YA, and you're not into the Darkling, it's not going to work as well for you. The characters, the writing, all of that in Six of Crows is much better. Mm-hmm. And so having those characters in there with the backstories that they have, with the interplay and all of that they have, does elevate the story. And they also have gone and expanded on certain plot points and linked things in ways that I don't think Lee could in the first trilogy. She didn't have that skill level to give us as much nuance as we get. We do get a bit of nuance in the show, not in all the areas that we need to, because there has been some there's a lot of criticism of some of the representation on there, not just in casting, but in how some of the plot lines play out. Mm-hmm. But it's still it's less basic than the trilogy. So,
Butterflies and Books. Yes, just message me. We can do that. Not this month. We can't do it this month, but in September, I can probably commit to such a thing.
You could do that.
Belladonna. Why did I think you were reading All the Dangerous Things? I'm wrong. Belladonna. Also reading that. Oh, you're also reading All the Dangerous Things.
So you were half right.
I was half right.
Where did I pin?
I was half right. Read Six of Crows and Cookie Kingdom within 48 hours this past November. Amazing. They're chunky.
Yeah, but they're so fast.
I could see that because I read Ninth House and
I
held up
can see you.
well.
Yes.
And they're not small. Read 25% of All the Dangerous Things. See? People are reading All the Dangerous Things.
Someone's reading it.
It's fine. I'm not crazy. It's fine. Okay, let me fix the timer so that we don't see all of Margaret's faces again.
I mean, if you would like to go and watch all of Margaret's faces, that would be great.
That is a good shout because Margaret is very close to being monetized, everyone. So go and watch the videos.
So mad. I'm so mad. It didn't count any of the, like, it's counted all the watch time from Shay's sprints on.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't count any of the watch time from last night. It barely counted any of the watch. I wonder if it's because it was unlisted when you clicked the link.
Oh, it could have been.
Still should have counted.
It was so, I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I got 7 hours of watch time today that I didn't have yesterday. So, but no, the Fourth Wing vlog that I did is especially for those that, like, I wouldn't watch it if you absolutely adore Fourth Wing and you do not want to hear anyone have any conversations about things in it that could be better. But like the Fourth Wing vlog that I did, would love to have more people hop in on that one.
Yeah. I need to finish Fourth Wing. That's I might make that a goal for this month since it's a host favorite and I'm not 50% through. So
there you go.
I could maybe do that this month. Okay. This is last sprint. Hold on.
Oh, I found out why that ding at the end is so loud. It's because my stupid Premiere Pro bumped it up. It was like 14
You
decibels.
see the difference in the sound. It's like the
I knew there was a difference in the sound.
Yeah.
But it was not that pronounced when I was editing it.
Because I don't think that the ding is too loud. I just
I don't either.
I think your voice is too quiet, so I would just bump your voice up.
I need to. I recorded in Premiere Pro using my headphone microphone, and so I need to. I'm just gonna go grab my camera and do a clip.
Yeah.
And use the audio from that, and then I'll balance it a little bit better.
Might I suggest all people do this with Margaret's video?
I think that's a fantastic idea.
I think this is a great plan.
I'm just gonna let a playlist of yours run tomorrow while I'm working.
Yes.
And I'm also doing a book
to remember to make the sound off because otherwise that might be awkward.
Yeah, I am also
there are
going
two
to
other people that work in my little office space.
We're like, what is happening?
Just use my timer, Brianna, while you work.
Good.
You could, or you could just. I have an entire list of reading sprints.
There you go. I'll just do that.
There's an entire playlist of just reading
hours long.
If anyone needs those.
Isn't one of your timers like 8 hours long?
It is 3 hours and something minutes. And I want to make a few more like that, but I want to make them in a different type of style.
Yeah.
So that, like, I want to make more like that, but I also have an idea for some that might feel a little bit more like you might be able to put it on when you don't have any sprints.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Very good. Okay, this is the last sprint. If people did not notice the banner, I will see you all in 45.
What banner? What banner, Brittany?
What banner?
I suddenly cannot read.
We can't.
Suddenly cannot read.
Now boarding flight AMZ 804 to New York City.
Hello.
Hello.
We made it to the end. How was your last sprint?
I got to 41% and I'm causing chaos.
Nice.
Well, we're prepping chaos.
Well, I was like, did I miss something that I should have been paying attention to? Because
Margaret just asked for a number, and so then I gave her one that does mean something. But I was like, do this for reasons.
I don't think I want to know.
I'm out here, yeah, that I'm out here.
Peace and worry about that tomorrow.
So the main thing you need to know about how my sprint went is
Yay!
Yay!
So I get to log that for the purple team.
Lovely.
And then I've been looking up random cities.
Also, I'd like you to know that the
Random ones.
The points between first and second are now 1 point.
Oh my goodness. How close it is.
You say that as I say that I need to log my book. So that tells me that I need to go log my books.
You should go log your books. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Everyone should go log their book.
If you finished it. Do not log the book if you have not finished it.
I have
Yes,
finished
you have
my
to.
book.
You have to finish your book, and then you can
And
go
since you're
log
hitting
your
so
book.
heavily, I'm just going to take that as a confirmation the purple team is in second place.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't go that far. Nicole also
I was
finished
just,
her book.
informing people that it's 1 point.
The stress.
The stress.
The stress.
There we go.
Because technically it's 1.5 points, but same.
Yeah, I mean, same. Same.
Because once you start doing 1.5 of page numbers, then we start getting decimal points.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nicole also finished her book for Catherine House.
Round at that point.
Did you like Catherine House, Nicole? I'd like to know. Hold on. Let me figure out where we were in the comments. I just saw that and went, oh, that'll work. There we were. Also, finished It Ends With Us. Look how many people finished books in this sprint.
Nice.
I love that we're finishing all the books. Got to page 70, Belladonna.
Finished books only count if you're on the purple team.
That's not true. Don't listen to Margaret. That's not true. Not true. They also count if you're on blue. The other colors, I don't really care so much.
They also count if you're on green or red or yellow.
Bree's like, hold on.
Also, our total participants are 465, which is
oh my gosh,
ridiculous. It's crazy.
That's so many people.
It's so many people.
That's so many people. Wow. Did you ever think it would be this big when you thought of it months ago?
I was like, okay, if we get 100, that'll be cool.
Look.
If I read the glossary, I could get a few extra pages.
Do it.
If you actually read it, I'm okay with that. But you actually have to read it.
What does it look like I'm doing?
She's like, mute herself.
She's like, no worries. Watch me read it. Right on camera.
Once you get those extra 4 points.
That is going to be so... Well, here's the thing is it's 10 pages and that would be doubled, but it is going to be so boring and I'm already getting extra points. So.
Exactly. Kay got through 6 chapters and finished 13 squares. You are very welcome. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. We've had a wonderful night of spring.
I did put the schedule for tomorrow, and actually Shay's are scheduled for noon Eastern time.
I was just about to ask what time zone.
Like on her schedule, it said, like on our schedule, it said 2 p.m., but I guess she's decided to start early.
Nice. Hopefully you see it in the chat tomorrow. So we've got sprints fairly early in the day then. If it's 12 Eastern, that's pretty early. Excited for chaos to unfold. I'm excited, but I'm also scared. I am both things at the same time.
All right, that book has been submitted. Did it do anything to first or second place?
I'm not telling you that. I can tell you that numbers went up.
Numbers changed.
Numbers
It's happened.
Obviously, I just added like 800 something points for the
Good job.
team.
You're not the only one. We have submitted, hold on, I can tell you. In 27 hours of this, we have submitted 133 books.
That's amazing. That's so many books in the one
So
day.
many books.
So many books in one day.
Like, imagine what it's going to be.
I can't wait. I would love to know those stats at the end of the readathon. Like how
it's gonna be hard to pull them. Like I might pull them, but like because every city is gonna have a separate spreadsheet.
Oh yeah, because they're separate spreadsheets. Yes, that would be hard.
So yeah.
Was doing housework, but got to 18% through P.S. I Love You. Did like Catherine House, 4 stars. It was wild. This was a book that we did for book club, and Rainey and Neva loved it, and I still could not tell you what happened.
That's like Jenny. You're like, I think I like this, but I do not know what I read.
I was like, someone needs to explain this to me.
The question is did Neva and Rainey understand what happened either?
Yes. Well, I think as much as that book allows you to understand, they understood it.
Right.
Yeah. At 36% of all the dangerous things, you are almost done. Made it to 35% of the kiss quotient, and I'm really loving it so far. Lovely. We have reached the end of the comments, though, so I am going to leave us here for this evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this lovely Tuesday night. If you are not subscribed to any of the hosts of the Amazing Readathon or anyone that you've seen their faces on the screen, everyone is linked down below. So just go and subscribe to everyone because there are sprints and things happening all month long on everybody's channels. So you're going to want to be notified for all of
literally every day.
Literally the whole time. So you're going
I'm
to
not exaggerating that point.
No, it's like all the time. But that is the end for us tonight, and I will see everyone very, very soon.